Atari games. Lots of excitement here. Stiff competition in basketball. They have the jump on Skydiver. The human cannonball can't miss. And for the first time, Space Invaders. They're ready.
Let the games begin!
No other company offers you as many different video game cartridges as Atari.
Hello, and how in the world are you doing anyway? Caleb here on this August 16th, the year of our Lord 2024, and we've got a fantastic show for you as we are going through. We're going to finish 1980 today, and in all honesty, this is where I feel like gaming really took off. One of which was actually released a little earlier, so we could have done it a few years ago, but we're doing it in line of the 2600 release. Mainly because when playing this, I initially figured we would be doing the 2600, not the arcade, and then things changed almost last minute. But we kept it in the lineup at this spot. While the other arcade games were doing it in line with the arcade release. So that's going to get a little inconsistent, but that's just how things were. As I said before, a lot of these games, we don't really have concrete release dates for a lot of these. For the majority of these we're playing, we do. I think the first game is the only exception. And then we have a few others where, like, I got the research in, you know, after I stamped the lineup final. So, whoops. But, you know, what can you do? You use multiple resources, then give it to you, and then the resource you're using to get this information gave it to you. A little weird. But anyway, we are moving forward with, I would say, we're not going to start off with those heavy hitters quite yet. We have a few Atari 2600 games to go move through first off. And all of the, I'm going to call it the heavy hitters, those heavy hitters are all arcade games. I think half of them are Namco. And I think, I'm trying to remember, one is Taito, and I think the other one is Atari. I might be wrong on that. So, but we have a, yeah, but those four we have time, and Midway enters the fray as well. So, So this is just going to be a show. We are going to end up pausing multiple times, many times today, for 3 minutes, because we're almost going to have to change media sources almost every game. There's not going to be a ton of times where we go play one game and then the next game is on the same place. So it's just going to be boom, 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 boom all over the place. We are starting with a fairly... I would say... not inoffensive, but I would say it's going to be more... it's an interesting one. Now, a lot of you remember when we did the prologue, we did 2 days straight of pinball, and pinball was getting to be really popular, especially in the day. And going through the Gottlieb collection, Williams was also starting to get big, and around this time, and you will see that eventually. But this may be the first major attempt at a home pinball game. And let me read about Video Pinball from this. This is a game initially made by Bob Smith of Atari. Part skill, part chance, Video Pinball is an early attempt at a home video game translation of pinball craze that swept the nation in the 60s and 70s, as I said. It wasn't Atari's first crack at it at home. That goes to the Video Pinball Model C360 console they developed a few years earlier, but was the first cartridge-based version. Although no one would confuse this 2D video game on a television set for a real pinball table, Video Pinball managed to convey much of the same excitement on screen. It was quite an upgrade from even high-quality tabletop toys such as Tommy's 1979 Atomic Pinball. At the start of each round, you'll pull back the plunger with the joystick and press the button to launch the ball. You can vary the position of the plunger before triggering it, which lets you try out different launch strategies. When the ball is in play, press the left joystick left to right while pressing the button, and the one corresponding flipper triggers. Push up while pressing the button for both flippers to move. The game also supports what pinball machine players do to cheat, where they jostle or otherwise shake the table. Video pinball, while holding down the button and pushing in a given direction, you can nudge the on-screen ball where you want it to go. Take advantage of that for too long, just about a second is all it takes, and suddenly the machine goes into tilt mode, and you lose the entire game, including any extra balls you had in reserve. There are many ways to score points. On the screen, you'll find bumpers, spinners, rollovers, and other targets. Like a real pinball machine, some of the scoring is cumulative. For example, each time you roll the ball over to multiplayer, increases from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, and so on. The turn multiples the score you get from hitting each bumper. The monster 6-digit score at the top, big for a 2600 game. Be even more fun to ring up the numbers. I remember playing this with a friend named Stacy. Again, this is Jamie Landino, author of this very book I'm reading from right now, Adventure. That is talking here. The lid below us. She used to play by pressing the button as quickly as possible, forcing both players into the air rapidly. I remember saying wide-eyed, "That's the only way to win!" Well, that was only one strategy. For the precision, selecting just the right flipper just at the right time. The manual comes in for a special mention. It makes several references to Pinball Wizard, famously coined by The Who, and sets the scene as follows. It's a good bet that some of the places you had to go to play a game of pinball weren't the most comfortable for you. Well, relax. Since you were wise enough to invest in this Atari pinball game program, you'll never have to worry about being at places with that kind of unsavory atmosphere again. Meanwhile, the Atari employee tasked with writing this had a 37% chance of being high in the office. Pinball video games continue to be popular even today. Many have adopted the free-to-play model on PS4, Xbox One, iOS, and so on. It gives you one more table for free and lets you purchase more in-game. The graphics, sound, and physics in these games are also slightly improved as well. So let's take a look at Video Pinball. There it is. It's having its own mind. Oh! Funny. Goes back in there. Almost lost my ball. One ball down. There we go. Oh. Dodge the bullet. Okay, this is fun. Oh, I thought I was going to hit that. Oh, I missed that. Nah, that was the worst one. Come on, it's not. Is that my last ball? That probably was my last ball. It's not giving me any indications that it's by changing colors to show it's game over. But it's not letting me do any more inputs. So, assuming that is true, 62,425 is my final score. Which is not a bad time. Now, this is where I mentioned earlier, we are going to go back and forth quite a bit today, and here we go. We're going to the arcades. Sit tight. 3-minute timeout. Alright, we are back, and it's back to the anniversary collection. We are. Momentarily. The next game is Warlords. Let's try and get the camera to stay. Keeps turning. Don't want to show that table. Okay. Missile command, we're not there yet. Here are Warlords. Jump a little bit. Here is that promotional flyer. According to the Warlords K flyer, the player's shield is officially called a Power Stone. Also note that the game will automatically adjust its difficulty to accommodate players with more or less experience. While the Pawn-style game was on its way out of favor in the arcades, Atari still had one last hit up its sleeve with Warlords, a 4-player competitive breakout-style game in which each player had to defend their castle from the other 3. Played heavily to this day, it's a landmark entry in the history of local multiplayer versus gaming. Should I play? Now before that we start, let's at least get to the controls. That's easy. Yeah, this is challenging. Of course I missed that. Somehow I thought it would continue to play with the CPUs even if you were eliminated. I guess not. But yeah. that came out of nowhere. Not out of nowhere, but you know what I mean. No, that did not help me. I wonder if that'll be better at the Atari 2600 version. It's probably could be slower. With me, it's the speed. I'm having troubles keeping up with the speed, so whatever. But anyway, we're gonna move on. And oh wow, the next game is our first Midway game, so here we go again with another 3-minute timeout. But first, let's check to make sure we're all caught up with the 2600 stuff. I'm going to do that real quick. There yet, so yeah, you're all caught up. Yeah, let's do a 2-minute timeout. because I'm gonna check that. Huh. Now what is going on? Hold on a second. Something is a little weird. I'm getting the sound, but I'm not getting the picture, because that is not the picture I should be seeing. Showing that. So hold on a second. Again, as we figure this out. Okay, just had to kind of do some strange reconfiguring there. Okay, got that fixed. We're on to Atari. I will be honest, I didn't really touch on much about the arcade game we just played, Wizard of War. Designed by that game was designed by Tom McHugh and Dave Nutting. have really any information about Circus Atari. Let me take a look. Yes, we do. From Jamie's book, let's read it. Circus Atari takes Breakout to a slightly different, more whimsical place the circus. Using the paddle controllers, you must move a seesaw back and forth at the bottom of the screen. Use it to launch a couple of clowns at the top of the circus tent to pop some of the red, blue, and white balloons up there. Press the button launches the clown from the side of the screen, at which point you alternate clowns. Each time the clown falls back to earth, you must position the seesaw so he launches back up again. Letting the clown close to the edge of the seesaw means he'll fly higher the next go-round. If he lands close to the center, he won't reach the balloons. Each game gives you 5 clowns. When you miss one entirely or one land on top of the other, the clown clashes to the ground with a splat and like falling, then disappears. You can pop the difficulty switch to the 8 position to speed up the game and make it more difficult. Some of the particular differences from Breakout, the balloons are moving rather than staying still, and you can take out several at a time, similar to Breakout's breakthrough variant. 2 trampolines on the side of the screen remain in play the entire time. While the clown is in the air, you can press the button battle controller to flip the direction of the seesaw. Perhaps most significantly, you have to land the clown just right to get enough height. You're not guaranteed to hit another balloon on every bounce. In fact, it'll go quite some time before you even hit the next balloon. At the same time, once you get some air, the clown can stay up there for quite some time, popping dozens of balloons once you go ricochets back and forth amongst the sea of them. Get points simply by successfully launching the clown each time, popping balloons, including rows of balloons, which then repopulate. As typical from the time period, there's an explanation in the manual required for higher scoring. Although the scoring can be infinite, there is only space for 4 digits on the screen, so that when you become a pro, the score will read 0000 again once you pass 9,999. Some of the other games change up the way the game is scored or add moving barriers. You have to aim the clowns in between. On the plus side, once past the barrier, the clown can bounce up and down on it while clearing more balloons. Circus Atari is different enough from Breakout that was worth buying at the time, and could even seem more frantic and challenging. Today it still plays well. Like many 2600 games, it's difficult. A good reminder of how much easier casual games are today, and how much more they reward you with bonuses and eye and ear candy as you play. Gotta trigger those dopamine centers as you pony up for the in-app purchases. So, we need paddle controllers. Found them. Which one do I put in? Oops, that's not a good start. This is the other paddle. Do I have the wrong paddle on with me? That's not it. Yes, I do have the wrong paddle. Okay. Noted. Ah. No. Well, I thought I was going to hit the trampoline. Doggone it. Start again. I'm at 241. Did not do what I thought I was going to do. Oops, that was bad. That was a worse game by a long shot. Not even close. Somehow I thought I was going to ricochet a different way. Ah. $135. Not great, but not bad. Yeah, I keep thinking it's going to go like a triangle and ends up going straight down. And then by the time I realize that, it's already too late. This is hard. There's some better games though. Ah. Those are better games. 242, that's how it ends. I think that is my best game, but if only because of that one move. That was the case where I expected it to actually go straight down and end up being an angle. Man, talk about inconsistency. That hurts. Huh? Hmm. That's 2 in a row I missed. That's kind of bad. That was probably my worst one too. 10 points. Wait a minute, I thought... Oh. I call shenanigans. Oh, went too far. It's on me. That's the thing. You gotta anticipate, and if you don't anticipate well, you're not gonna do well at this game. Last play. And again, I thought I was gonna go a little further. Oh, I thought that was also gonna go a little further. And 11. Well, slightly better than the last one, but not by much. Having fun yet? Actually, hopefully you should. As already mentioned, we have got some heavy hitters, and the next one is a heavy hitters. We're going to now do Galaxian, as it is next, a game released by Namco February 2nd, 1980, and we will require another, here we go again, 3-minute break to set up game number 51. So stand by. All right. Time for Galaxian. A game initially made by Kanazui Swanto. And interesting thing about this one, I'm just reading this now. It actually fits that we're playing Galaxian first before the Space Invaders. Because while Space Invaders was released first, it is considered to be a response to Space Invaders. Galaxian went into development before Space Invaders went into development. So honestly, this tells you Galaxian had a much longer development period. Probably a little longer than you could think of for a game of that era. That some of the enemy designs were inspired by Space Invaders, but not in the game. The game have some pretty better designs, but a lot of the game, the inspiration for the concept, drew from Star Wars. I don't know if a lot of you know that movie, or the series of movies. But basically, you're this ship and you're trying to take down these series of aliens and alien ships. So that's basically the goal. So we're going to press A. And something I just realized to do is set the timer. I forgot to do that when I was in break. That's on me. Let's fix that. It also gives us a chance to see the track mode a little bit. game is I believe you get more points if you knock out an alien that was attacking you. Oh, that wasn't. Going after one attacking you can be risky. If you lose a ship like that, the alien goes with you. I don't think you get any points for that. But if it's not your last life, and that was the only one left, you still advance to the next stage. Okay, so if that was not my last life, I would have moved on. Now, of course, I'm not moving on because that was my last life. Yeah, it's still early. Want to see if we can't protect your ship. getting butter. That was a great finish. Probably not a good start to level 4. Is to run out of ships. But that is a high score. Is there going to be... No, they actually don't have a... plain initials. That's interesting. That because I'm like, I'm gonna shoot him down, but I didn't have to necessarily do it. A little too aggressive. I'm gonna get out of level 1, that's kind of bad. Do get out of level 1. Not easily. I shot him down. I thought that was going to take away the missile. Guess not. So that was a double kill. But I can't afford a double kill if that was your last ship. So. Lovely. My worst game right after my best game. We're going to continue on. shorter than the first level. That's not bad. Once again, I thought I could get him. It's just me as I'm not getting worse at this game all of a sudden. Did not think that was going to happen. I was confident out of the way. I didn't even get out of didn't even get out of level 1. That's pathetic. Yeah, I'm not gonna get much worse than that. 1,790 after having 7,980 3 games ago. Trying to get out of the way, but the alien would not get out of my way. Not bad. Well, yeah, I only have 1 ship left. that was one that was gonna be hard to dodge, and that was 440 points away from the extra life, but you gotta get there. I just noticed we're probably not gonna have enough time for another game. Interesting. We have about an hour until our 15-minute break. We're going to go from Namco to Taito. We will return to Namco before this stream is finished, because we got Keenan Balloon and Pac-Man. But first, let's go to Taito. We've got a couple games we want to play from them, including another big legendary game. Stand by, we got another 3-minute timeout. This is a steelworker. I don't know if I have really any information on this one. Alright. Here, just trying to figure out the game here. Not supposed to go. Okay. Get there in time. Plays a role. Couldn't figure out how you're supposed to get past that. Am I supposed to avoid that? Alright. We're going to let the clock expire and call that a game, but... we're not done with Taito. We're about to play Space Invaders. The fixed shooter, which the players lose a laser cam horizontally across the screen, fires at aliens overhead. Developed by GTtA. Spent the year designing, developing necessary hardware to produce it. This was Taito's response to Breakout Ways many things ago. He wanted to do kind of that same kind of game, but with shooting a missile instead of trying to use a ball. Alright. Play Space Invaders. Chicago, who I mentioned, initially wanted this to be called Space Monsters, but Disappears decided, no, we're sticking with Invaders. And this is in spite of the fact that there was some obvious plays in play, if that makes any sense. And yes, Star Wars is also an inspiration for this. We're going to see a lot of Star Wars in the course of this gaming marathon. Oh, I just remember I still got to do the timer. I just thought of that. Hold on a moment. Try it again. Not a good stuff. I think I'd burn a Galaxian. I wasn't paying attention to that. Realize until it's already too late. So much to keep track of. I could do both. That's a pretty bad round. Doesn't last long. I went right into that. One of those things where it's like, I go there, not seeing there's a bullet coming. Once I see there's a bullet coming, I do not enough time to get out of the way, and I lose. This is a bunch of peanut brittle. Like it started right when I was about to shoot, and then yeah. I get to the point where I needed to start shutting down, but then it's like I get easily cornered. Didn't see there was a missile there. That's on me. I'd love it wouldn't have a turn that does not last long. That does not last long at all. It's so intent on the aliens that I keep forgetting they are shooting at me. Gets me. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. There's not a lot of missiles. You're trying to get the one. I committed to shooting, and then of course I get shot. So crazy, I don't think I've gotten to level 2 yet. Didn't see that was at me until it was too late. That was okay. That's not my high score. I thought maybe it would be. corner there. Didn't see that's on me. The edges, the side seems to be the hardest. Like, they're just so spread out. Once again, I was not seeing that. Goofed on that. That's on me. Didn't see that. Then it might have been my best game, but I don't think 850 was my score. See that it's on me. I thought I had one more ship. Doggone it. If I had one more ship. Moving on. I think that tied my last school game. In fact, in terms of score. I thought that was going to miss me. I did not see where I was going to respawn. I was going to shoot that down too. I was on a roll. Always in terms of shooting down bullets. Okay. Start over. That was not good. I can be butter. Kind of a bad place to lose it too. Out of the way. That. I go to shoot him and he shoots me right away. Most of the point where you may have to just like, well, $8.50. had a hard time judging that one. Which time? 5 minutes. Like I saw it, but I decided to go for it anyways because my brain was lower than my eye. Man, this game's brutal. That was the very first bullet, too. Like, it did not give me much of a chance to get out of the way. When I'm committed to shooting, bam, I get shot. Wow. Not forgiving. That was not forgiving either. How do you miss that? Okay. It might be down to the last game here. man, I didn't see that. I was just so focused trying to get to the side, and obviously, as you can see by the timer, we're not going to have time for another game. So we're going to end up moving on. Oh man, what was my... that actually might have been one of my better games. 670, was that my best score? I don't know if chat helped me out if any of you was keeping numbers. See. We do now have a couple of Atari 2600 games, but first off, before we get to that, I'm going to keep this a track mode on because I do want to discuss a little bit about the Atari 2600 version of this game, because we're not going to be playing it. Surprisingly enough, even though you can't, there is a version of Space Invaders here on the Atari Flashback 12 Gold from Mad Games, which I call Atari 2600 Mini. There is Space Invaders, but it's not the Atari 2600 version. It's more like a homebrew version that's almost one-to-one like this one. So it's more like the arcade. And it does do the job, but it's not the Atari 2600 version. So we're not gonna play that. But if you ever have yourself a Atari Flashback 12 Gold or the 50th Anniversary Gold, notice what you get. It'll still be fun, but that's what you're dealing with. Let me go into Space Invaders here. All right. This is Jamie writing again. Hypnotic, addictive, irresistible. Space Invaders, programmed by Rick Maurer. Had all the makings of a killer app for the Atari 2600. It lit the market on fire, just like the original arcade machine had less than 2 years earlier, and propelled the Atari 2600 to must-have status. Although Pac-Man, which we'll get to later tonight, was arguably the biggest arcade phenomenon of all time, Space Invaders beat it by a couple of years and was even more influential on the 2600. And it landed at exactly the right time. By this point, people wanted a good space game. Atari's two prior efforts for the 2600, Starship and Space War, were both lackluster. The arcade already had Scramble and Asteroids in addition to Space Invaders. Combine this with all the anticipation for NASA's brand new space shuttle, and you couldn't prime a more ready population for the release of Space Invaders. We wanted a great game, and we got it. The concept, imitated countless times since, is simple. Using your laser cannon, destroy a horde of alien ships that are slowly descending on Earth. As you eliminate them, the remaining aliens gradually speed up until there's just one fast, tough-to-hit alien ship remaining. Nab it, and you win the rave. The next one starts. Repeat ad nauseam until you lose all your laser cannons and the game ends. Sound design here is simple but brilliant, with sparse, well-chosen tones, and it signifies an advancing armada and accelerates to match the speed of the remaining aliens. Periodic, a UFO, command alien ship, flies across the top of the screen. You can knock it out for extra points. On the 2600, the score field disappears to make room for the UFO, but reappears once the UFO reaches the edge of the screen or once you shoot it. You can also hide behind bunkers to avoid aliens' laser fire, although the weapons gradually destroy the bunkers. Once the aliens descend low enough on the screen, the bunkers have disappeared entirely. You can survive 3 hits from the aliens, at which point the game is over. 2600's TIA ship didn't support drawing rows and columns full of aliens, although the home port of Space Invaders depicts 36 aliens instead of the arcade's 55. 36 was still about 34 more sprites than the Atari initially envisioned for the console. Larry Kaplan's air-sea battle technique already allowed for multiple sprites down the screen, but that still didn't account for the rows of aliens on the horizontal lines. While programming the game, Rick Mara figured out that strobing H move while a line was being drawn would reposition objects immediately, even if they had already been drawn earlier in the line. The TIA ship had zero memory of what is already done, so it begins drawing the area from sprite graphics registers anytime H move is reset. After a line of aliens is compromised, Mara coded the program to read and write new sprite graphics from ROM to create the next row. On each row, the aliens look different. These two techniques, while combined with the 2600's lack of a frame buffer and requirement that you drew every scan line manually, let the 2600 overcome its own apparent limitations of supporting just two sprites. Instead of changing the sprite in position, you can now change one or both every line. Together, these approaches extended the originally imagined game design space on the Atari 2600, making the unit capable of playing games that were very different from the arcade hits from the 1970s. Mulfor and Bagost wrote in Racing the Beam. The importance of these exploits was not overlooked at the higher levels of the company. Maurer also infused Space Invaders with a whopping 112 variations. A game matrix in the manual outlines the differences, including moving shields, zigzagging bombs, invisible invaders, and various two-player options. The difficulty switch controls the size of your laser cannon. Moving to the A position increases the size, which makes it easier for aliens to hit. None of these variations were present in the arcade. In addition, the arcade game is predominantly white and green, with the green portion of the backdrop entirely due to translucent plastic overlay on the display. The 2600 makes much more use of the color, with its orange invaders, reddish bunkers, and green laser cannon and purple UFO. This game's addictive quality can't be overstated. Whether it's the laser-sharp gameplay or simply the effect of wiping out each screen full of aliens, appeals to the same part of our brain that gets pleasure from cleaning a window pane or tidying up a room. Space Invaders lends itself to repeat play, and a few games can. Space Invaders also popularized the idea of a high-score home. In addition to the arcades, early 2600 games such as Breakout's Air-Sea Battle maxed out at a certain point. Space Invaders lets you keep going and going and going. And like the precedent the arcades already set, your instinct was to try and get the highest score you could. This paved the way for hundreds of games to come, only giving way to the idea of milestones and being able to finish a game as time went on. Eventually, the adventure model won out. More than anything else, Space Invaders set the tone for the 2600's core appeal as sales began to take off. Many of the best or most popular games were ports of arcade games, which set the stage for several decades of home console libraries. The porting of arcade games to home systems was first really worked through the 2600, as Bigot says in a 2009 Wired interview. It was because of 2600 development that developers were able to figure out what to try and carry over from what to leave behind, and how to adapt the arcade experience for more limited consoles and will be played at home. It's impossible to exaggerate the influence of Space Invaders, not just in the arcades, which is much more obvious, but for home gaming as well. Galaxian, Phoenix, and Galaga were the initial successors, but the game has been cloned countless times. The Atari 800 had a game construction set that let you create your own games without knowing how to program. But every kind of game you could create was some variant of Space Invaders. I had only turned 6 the previous October when this game came out for the 2600. My dad likes to tell the story of how he bought me the cartridge when I had 103-degree fever. I was so sick on the sofa in the den that he brought this home to me. I barely managed to smile, even though I knew I wanted it. I do have a dim memory of this happening. The game also features another one of his favorite stories. He says that when we first played 2600 games, he would let me go first, and then I'd play for long minutes at a time, blasting away board after board of Space Invaders and racking up thousands of points. He'd start to daydream while he was waiting that when I finally died and it was his turn, he'd be so surprised, caught off guard, that he'd die immediately before he realized what was happening. Then I again play for a long time. Finally said that's it, and that I was already too good, and that from now on I'll be the only one to play video games in our house. It was funnier that I was making it sound he meant it as a compliment that I was so skillful at a young age that instead of teaching me how to play games, he just gave up early. In retrospect, maybe I should have learned to let him win or find some other kind of video game we could play together. A famous early Space Invaders commercial depicts a suburban nuclear family playing the 2600. And this commercial we played for you yesterday. The dad talks about how happy he is to buy the new Atari video game for the whole family, meaning this console. And they can get all these cartridges, including the new Space Invaders. The commercial shows the kids playing in the background in the living room television. He says, personally, I think the whole idea of creatures from outer space is a little far-fetched. Then the camera switches outside, and the commercial depicts the pixelated aliens descending on an unsuspecting family's house, complete with the same in-game sound effects. And in truth, that's basically what happened. The aliens and the 2600 itself took over America, entirely thanks to this cartridge. And speaking of 2600, we're going to play one more 2600 game. And we'll do this after this 3 minutes timeout. What is going on? Driver. This would be an interesting one, right? Atari's 1976 arcade game Night Driver features a hardware steering wheel gas pedal and a 4-position gear lever. It's an early example of a video game with a first-person viewpoint. The front portion of your car is shown on the screen via color plastic overlay, otherwise the game is in black and white. During gameplay, turning in the steering wheel, it moves the animated lights on each side on the road to convey a sense of motion. The 2600, of course, uses color graphics to depict the car, but the car graphic still remains stationary. The pedal controller works as a steering wheel to the point where it remembers its position after an accident, because you can't see where the car is aimed until you start moving. You quickly learn to remember that instead of accelerating into the wall multiple times, as other cars approach, you see their headlights and hear them beeping at you, hitting an oncoming car, or just a pile on the side of the road and you crash. Several years between the arcade game and the cartridge's release meant programmer Rob Fulop could add a few things not present in the coin-op, such as houses on the side of the road in addition to the usual game variations of the cartridge. The home port lacks the ability to shift gears, though you simply press the fire button to accelerate. There's no brake either to compensate. The car stops quickly on its own engine, braking once you release the accelerator button. You can choose from timed or unlimited game variations, as well as beginner, intermediate, expert, and randomized tracks. In all games, you scored more points the longer you drive. Flip the right difficulty. Switch to A position, you increase the car's maximum speed. Flip the left to A, and you stop the oncoming cars from honking. So, although the basic game is, well, exceedingly basic, there's enough variety here to keep things interesting. Night Driver was introduced at Winter CES in January 1980 and hit store shelves in June. It's clear a product of the air-sea battle and outlaw era, rather than the post-Space Invaders market it was released into. I said there's no other way to get this same quasi-3D sensation of speed at home. Although Indy 500 was the first racing game to appear in the 2600 as a launch title, Night Driver didn't require the extra cost of driving controllers. It was also the first game on the 2600 featured a first-person view. That set the stage from everything from pole position to Gran Turismo and Forza. It was already here, this game, despite its simplicity and now archaic look. So let's see how... Okay, I'll just go easy here. What just happened? That was not what was supposed to happen. I think this thing glitched. We'll take a time out to figure out what's going on. okay. Hopefully, I got things worked out there. That the Atari 2600 was freaking out, and then the streaming software was freaking out. So it was one thing after another. Hopefully, that's all worked out. There we go. Remember with this thing, you have to... Got to 25. I think I can do better. I legit think I can do better than that, but we gotta take a break. We gotta take a break. We have not taken our 15 yet. We have one more Atari 2600 game today. And that is going to be Boxing, a game released in July 1980. We're going now to the second half of 1980, games we know was released at that time. And actually, we only have 5 more games to go today. So we have one more Atari 2600 game. The rest are going to be arcade games. 2 Atari, 2 Namco. So, and we are finishing on a strong note. Remember, I mentioned we're playing some heavy hitters today. We played one of them. The other 3 are still to go. We got 5 games left. That means 3 of the last 5 are games you already know. And yeah. This one I think I would also really enjoy if I gave it a little bit more time, but unfortunately, of course, fate was not on our side and we need to take a break. I am getting a little hungry, so it's dinner time. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Take 15.
with an extra ball. It's what fun's all about. It's Super Breakout. It's a brand new game from Atari. Have you played Atari today?
If you like Breakout, you'll love Super Breakout. It's got more colors, more sounds, and more action. And naturally, it's from Atari.
Have you played Atari today?
Alright. That will be tomorrow morning. Amongst many other games. In the meantime, we're going to go to boxing. And Activision game. I think this is the only Activision game today. This one, game number 55, was released in July of 1980. Boxing offers both 1- and 2-player gaming, either against a computer against a friend. The playfield consists of the ring, each player's score on the top, and the clock at the top center. The top-down view is reminiscent of one of the most common camera angles for televised professional boxing matches. The view also reminds me of a favorite photo, a shot of Muhammad Ali knocking out Cleveland Williams in 1966, snapped by the photographer Neil Leifer. In this cartridge, you control the boxer's movement with the joystick and throw punches by pressing the fire button. Long punches, which are slightly farther away from your opponent, are good for 1 point each. Closer punches are worth 2. Each time you land a punch, your opponent falls back a bit. There are no knockdowns, and the game takes place in a single round that lasts until 2 minutes have passed, or until one player scores 100 points, which is considered a knockout. Something in an Atari, which makes you just want to play again with even more vigor. The graphics and sound are about as minimalist as possible, with simple player outlines, oversized round gloves, and the same color as the rest of the player, no audible movement. That said, punching out a player produces a satisfying crack sound every time. You can get into a rhythm with the left-right punches, especially once you get your opponent up against the ropes. It's easy getting close, lock gloves, and launch a vicious attack. If you're in a one-player game, the AI is programmed such that the computer fights back a bit harder as if it's losing. Overall, boxing is plenty challenging in 2600 and holds up well even today, although each game only lasts 2 minutes or less. It's intense and it can easily lead you to a friend to play a best of 3, best of 5, or so on. It's a bit of a stretch to say you can draw a line from boxing to say modern boxing fighting games such as Street Fighter 2 or Soul Calibur, but something had to be slate a template for home console fighting games. Despite the simplistic gameplay, Activision's boxing was it. Atari itself attempted to capitalize on the rising popularity of boxing games such as Punch-Out in the arcades by releasing Real Sports Boxing much later in 1987. Real Sports Boxing features a more advanced side camera, a choice of 4 boxers, a view of the crowd, knockdowns, and more. But by that point, the Nintendo Entertainment System was in full bloom, and the smash Mike Tyson's Punch-Out hit stores, and 26 itself was on the wane. Activision's boxing beat Atari to the punch by 7 years. Games. What's going on? That's not what I did. It's having a mind of its own. Alright. And let me get the paddle controllers off since we're not using that. And let's begin. brutalized. At least I'm nowhere close to a knockout. Okay, that felt satisfying. Yeah. Okay. You know what? That was pretty fun. I mean, I stunk, but when at times I was able to get a few hits in simultaneously, that did feel good. Let's do. I think we have time for at least one more game, maybe two. We'll see. I can't. Oh, ha ha! Ah. Yeah, I was doing pretty good, and then I think the last 20 seconds was bad. That's what probably killed me right there. I almost got to the halfway point of Gain knocking him out, but he almost got me to the 3/4 point of knocking me out, so it is what it is. We're going to let the time expire. We're just going to call it from there. You don't have time for a third game. Our next two games are Atari arcade games. Alright, we're going to go to, and both of which were also released in July 1980s. So we're going to take another 3 minutes before we start games number 56 and 57. Stand by. are back in the Atari 50. Let's get ourselves in. Oh, yes, right, it's Missile Command. Missile Command is next. This here is your arcade cabinet. A decidedly political game, Missile Command was an artifact of the Cold War, an expression of fears about nuclear annihilation. Creator Dave Thurler ended each game with a chilling the end that signified humanity's doom. An idea that came from nightmares that he was getting from developing the game and dwelling on the looming specter of nuclear warfare. The game's professional flyer, Atari describes Missile Command as the ultimate battle action experience. Simply stating, Missile Command is a war. Original artwork used on the Missile Command flyer was by George Opperman. The artwork used in the official Missile Command t-shirt. This is when Atari was starting to get a little serious. You know, there was a t-shirt. There was also, you know, we haven't got there yet, but a program for you to get, not emblems, what's the right word? Half going up, half Cold War era cautionary tale. This man gave Dave Thurler nuclear nightmares where he was developing it. It took a nerve with players, though. Atari manufactured more than 20,000 cabinets of the game, which inspired the entire tower defense genre and would ultimately help define the company. Now, I played this game before, but it was on Windows with a mouse. I'm wondering if it's not going to be as fun with the controller. Once again, here is the controller being used for these arcade games. Got it. Pretty simple. bad? Oh boy. Nah. That was 2075. Oh, I didn't even get close to the high score. Again, it's the speed. I wonder if there's a way to change the speed on this thing. Just switch states. There we go. Yeah, I don't think you can change it. We're on track. Yeah, I didn't see that in time. think everything. I got everything. Yep. That was level 3, wasn't it? Yeah. 5. I would have gone on Bonus City, but I lost all the cities. Kind of pointless. And I lost everything. Not necessarily how you win. Because, like, this game gets really difficult really fast. But this is manageable. Lovely. Oh, I was late. A little on the late side. Oops, wrong one. Great. I always think to, like, guard the city first, and then I keep forgetting you also gotta guard your missiles. And then when your missiles are taken out, and then you have nothing to prevent it from being blown up. And that is the game. That third level, I think. It's the third or fourth that I'm always stuck at. That was number 3. Level 1 is fairly easy peasy. I wish for selfish reasons, I wish they're all like that, because I know I can keep up with that. Once it gets speedy, that's when it gets a little on the difficult side. A moment, something's up here. I feel like my phone's acting up. Okay, that was weird. Okay. I guess we're back. For a moment, it looked like I was losing connection. All right. You ready to start? That wouldn't be fair to start with. Wow, drat. Nah. Again, I'm having troubles keeping up. We may have time for one more game. I'm having trouble keeping up how long each game is taking. So what was my highest score? Was that... I don't think I ever got to that 6950. You probably will need to get to level 5 or 6. But no, probably not level 5. Probably like 7 or 8. And I don't think I ever got past 4. So... So eventually we're going to do the Atari 2600 version of this game, but it will be, I'm pretty sure it's going to be far easier to do. All right. Let's get into this first. Cosmos, the holographic handheld. In January 1981, Atari announced they would release Cosmos, a handheld gaming system in which each game would be displayed atop a custom hologram image. The game graphics was made up of simple LED lights, but the holograms provide a dynamic, realistic backdrop. Atari never released the Cosmos.
When was this? 1980, 81, that time frame. Prior to Ray Kassar's emergence, I was part of the executive staff, you know, and Nolan, Joe, I, Steve Bristow, Gil, Dennis Groth, finance, you know. We were all friends and no politics and all that, and we all worked together and part of the team. It was great. Once Ray took over, nope, it was all a closed office, and he met with all his hires from Procter & Gamble, and so I realized, okay, I'm out of this. I'm either going to have to quit because Nolan had gone, Joe had gone, Lipkin, everybody had gone. I figured, well, I'll go back. This is my baby. I'm going to do it one more time. And we had used holography. We couldn't keep secrets at Atari. We're just no good at it. So we decided the best thing to do was put out disinformation. So one of the best ones was the next coin-op game is going to have holography in it. It was like, what the hell is that? I knew what it was, because having, you know, been to college and studied this physics and stuff. But that was just, but anyway, I decided, well, I'll do something, let's do something in holography. Maybe there's something there. I'll take it. Sounds hard, sounds interesting. I know a little bit about it. And we proceeded to explore holography and what could be done, and came up with a holographic toy that basically sold it to Ray, saying, how would you like, because the cartridge video game business seemed to be very good. How would you like to have a system where the cartridge, it's a cartridge-based system, but the cartridges are half the cost of, everything is half the cost of the VCS. And, hey, go ahead. It were very simple. They were nothing more than an LED, a simple LED game, the handheld LED game in those days. The only difference was we had a hologram with 2 images on it. You look through this box, and there were 2 lamps inside, and when you'd crash a spaceship, you'd see a hologram of a spaceship crashing. And but you could look through this half metallized Mylar and play a Space Invader game or something like that. We did all the work, put everything together, got a chip designed, package designed, and at the end, Ray wouldn't. We even took it to the toy fair or the consumer. And marketing wouldn't show it, wouldn't back it up, and we did it ourselves, engineering. And we think we sold 100,000 of them, but Ray would not release it, just wouldn't do it. And I realized that was it. They're not going to release that. I mean, this is now in a time when if it failed, you wouldn't even notice it. It wouldn't be a pimple on the balance sheet. But they were afraid to do it. Back when the whole company was, we're sure we'd do it. So that was the end of my career at Atari.
This is an early trade show flyer for the unreleased Atari Cosmos. Another Cosmos flyer pitches the tabletop system as a major part of Atari's game plan for the year 1981. Photographs of 2 holograms that were to be used for Cosmos. Many roles Cosmos holograms were manufactured, even though the system was cancelled, and are occasionally found on the secondary market. No longer novelties regulated to the back of pinball parlors, coin-op video games became ubiquitous in the early 1980s. Games could now be found not only in thousands of arcades, but also in bowling alleys, restaurants, laundromats, supermarkets, practically anywhere people might be found with quarters in their pockets and a little time on their hands. And that leads us to Centipede. Continuing Atari's run of arcade games was Centipede. Designed by Dana Bailey and Ed Logg. Bailey's colorful pastel design stood out in arcades, full of harsh outer space settings that made Centipede appeal to more women players than most other games at the time. Here is a page of a list of high-level concepts for new Atari arcade games, probably dating Part includes Bug Shooter, aka Shoot the Centipede. This paragraph describes the very basics of the concept. The player is shooting at a centipede that breaks into multiple segments when hit, but has not been fleshed out any further than that. There you go. This kind of video shooting arcade, X-ray monitor, a bright cocktail cabinet. Would probably not be a simultaneous two-player. The player would control a gun, which would move horizontally back and forth at the bottom of the screen along multiple segment object. Would appear at the top of the screen. This object would sneak its way back and forth across the screen as it advances towards the player's gun. The player must shoot and destroy the object before it reaches his gun. The difficulty in doing this is that each time the object is shot, one of its central segments, that segment is destroyed, but now there are two smaller segments, each snaking down the screen on separate paths at a higher rate than speed than before. Players given X amount of lives can earn more by achieving bonus. Longer centipedes come on screen, move faster and faster. So there you go. Let's do a quick of the controls. I'm pretty sure this is a simple game. Yeah, simple game. So let's do dip stitch. That's already on easy, nice. So I want the easiest. I'm learning, okay? Missed that. No, that was unfortunate. 14,002. We can do better than that. Oh man. Ah, oh. I didn't see that. I think it was worse. Yeah, that was definitely worse. My little first game. Why is it that I always get worse at these games after my first attempt? I guess that wasn't the case with Space Command. But went right for me. That was not fair. man. Nah. Nah. Well, we only got like 1 or 2 more games left here, so let's see if we can do better. Nah. Yeah, time for at least one game. corner one, and he ended up getting the other. No. No. It ran right into me. That was not fair. And we're out of time almost. Well, that will conclude our time with the Atari games. This time for real. So, let's move on. To our final two Namco games, but once again, 3-minute timeout. GTtA from Namco. Basically, they run the same hardware as Galaxian did, which we played earlier. And it's one of the first games to have speech synthesis. The other one was that Wizard of War, which we played earlier. So we're starting to get into something that's fairly high-tech, especially for 1980. So I just realized I forgot to do the clock again. I'm actually kind of disappointed. This one's only going to be not very long. Take a look at the Okay, good score. Let's see if we can top it. I started shooting too late. I was trying to be precise.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nope. I was not better than the first time, and we're not going to have time for a third time. Boy. All right. Let's see if we can find the controller. I was just using it too. Oh, duh. Connected. Next game's our last game of the night. And I'm looking at the clock, and I'm going to tell you right now, we're not going to have time to play all this, so this will carry over to our next stream. We're going to be able to play 25 minutes. I think we have 44 for this one. 46. So yeah, this is going to carry over. But we will play a little bit now. But this is the game. Made by Toru Iwatani. The character envisioned by a pizza. A slice missing in the middle. Pac-Man. Now, I'm going to let the attract mode go for a little bit while I explain a little bit in how this is. Reading this to you from Wikipedia, so it's basically a Cliff Notes version. Iwatani, after seeing the Japanese video game industry fill popularity with games like Space Invaders and Breakout, he felt like they only appealed to men through graphics and violence, and the arcades should, in general, should be known were seen as seedy environments. He wanted to create a non-violent, cheerful game that appealed to women. Development took about, I would say, 17 months. The longest for a video game to this point. Care was taken to make sure the game was not a violent game. This was developed at the same time as Galaxian, which we played earlier today. And they used the same technology from Galaxian that allowed to use the bright pastel colors. They feel would attract people to, come up and play. And the idea is kind of like, You know, in the Popeye cartoons, Popeye would get seemingly superhuman strength whenever he eats a can of spinach. It's kind of the same thing. Pac-Man would eat one of those pellets you see at the corner, and then gains temporary invincibility. He'll be able to even attack the very characters that's normally attacking him. It's a bait and switch. The ghost is supposed to be cute, colorful, appealing. Definitely inspired by Casper the Friendly Ghost. And each ghost would have a different strategy for attacking Pac-Man. Some are more aggressive than others. And that game was initially titled Pac-Man. It was eventually changed to Pac-Man. And released in December of 1980. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 59. Let's play. What? There you go. No. I was waiting for the other ghost to come pass through. No. I was a little late. Tardy. Didn't get out of the first maze. And that's out of an error on me. I should have gotten the first maze. I had an out and I didn't take it. Oh. Maze. No, I can't. No, I can't. Ah, cornered. No. You should have seen that coming. Oh, I was cornered again. Not a good start. Ow. Had an out and I didn't take it. Ah. I think I went a little greedy on that one. I was really wanting that 1600 point one. Whew. Ow, if I can make it. The last thing I eat is a power pellet. How useful is that? I should carry it over to the next level. That'd be awesome. Feels like it's going faster than I remember. Whoa! Ah. Nah, I was cornered. Not a good way to end the game. That's my best game. Oh, didn't see him there. Oh, he caught up to me. No. Make it fair, and the goes are just that much faster. On level 2. I don't remember level 2 being that difficult. No. Great start. No. Thought I could beat him, not quite. That was a little... Alright, how much do we have? Okay, we only have like 7 minutes. There we go. One maze down. This is already my best game so far. Ah! If I can get to the other side. Ah! I thought I was gonna get cornered. Got the extra life just in time, huh? Ah. I just like being cornered. Just say. Yeah, cornered. Oh, I could beat him to it. I want to get 3, but I also want to make sure I can finish the maze. Nah. A little indecision there. I was going to get the power pellet, but then I figured one of them, in this case, Pinky Pinky was going to beat me to it. I think it's time for one more game. I'm going to call after that. Ah. Oh, what? How did Pinky catch up to me? I end on a pathetic note. An absolute pathetic note. We still have 20 minutes of Pac-Man to play, so we're not going to necessarily we're not going to stop at Pac-Man. We're going to pick up where we left off. Next time, and then next time we're going to also start in 1981. You already saw Asteroids Deluxe, Defender, Freeway, Ice Hockey, Super Breakout, Tennis for the Atari 2600, and then we'll finish with another Atari game, Rally X. So I don't think we have any Namco, I should say, in the middle. Namco essentially beat the end. So we'll start with more Pac-Man, and we're going to finish with Rally X. That should give us the entire stream, but there's also a chance that it goes long too. We'll see what happens. But in the meantime, we thank you for tuning in. We'll see you again 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. In the meantime, God bless. Catching the flip side, as we are, in fact, 941 days away, 141 games away, I should say, from Sonic Adventure 2.